I'm letting Richie here have my turn. He's in kind of a hurry to see you.
Oh, all right. Come in. Sure.
Thanks,
You'll
Jay.
never live to tell about it.
You don't seem too glad to see me.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Your whiskers aren't fooling me, Carson. I know you back in Seattle, and you know me.
You're crazy. I never saw you before.
All right, if you want to keep up the act, I'll leave. But I've been getting the Seattle paper sent to me. The last one had a picture of Dr. Carson in it. Seems he's wanted for murder, and they don't know where he is. Of course, if I tell the police I think I know and show them the clipping...
Why didn't you show it to them?
Because I'm an old friend of yours. They'd never suspect you with that black beard hiding your face, but they could shave it off, and they could check on you. All right, Richie.
What's your vision?
Now you're getting sensible, Carson. I think you're going to find the dental profession quite profitable up here.
I hope you're right.
Like everything else, you can make your own price. If a man has a toothache, he isn't going to quibble.
Go on.
Well, now, Carson, I don't have to draw you a picture, do I?
You want to cut in on the profits as a price for your silence. Is that it?
That isn't unreasonable, is it?
It's blackmail.
Oh, let's just call it an exchange of favors.
You seem very sure of yourself.
I've planned it all very carefully. I've been planning it from the minute I recognized you. And if I were you, Carson, I wouldn't plan anything, well, let's say violent. That clipping is in very good hands in a sealed envelope with a note on the front. To be delivered to the mounted police in case of my death.
Looks if you're holding all the cards, Richie.
I knew you'd see it my way.
How much do you want?
Well, let's start off with a few hundred.
Start off?
Yes, Carson. Start off.
It was about 2 weeks later that Sergeant Preston went into the Gold Nugget Cafe and was hailed by some men at a nearby table.
Sergeant Preston. Sergeant, come here a minute. We want to show you something.
Hello, boys. How are you, Jed?
Fine, Sergeant.
We want you to see Jed's dog. Show him, Jed.
You heard about his new tooth, Sergeant?
Why, yes, I did, Jed. I'd like to see it.
It's a good thing you left King outside. If he saw this tooth, he might get jealous.
Hold still, Duke. Let me show the sergeant your tooth. There it is. Ain't it a beauty?
Well, that's a good job. That new dentist must be pretty good.
He is. He said, of course, his tooth wouldn't be quite as strong as the real one, but he can use it. Sharp, too. Wish I could make Don Richie pay for it. He broke the real one. Well, got a few errands to run before I go to bed. I'm getting up early these days to work McLean. Come on, Duke.
Later that night, Don Richie, alone in his cabin at the edge of town, had begun to unlace his boots and prepare for bed when there was a knock on his door.
What's that?
Hello, Richie.
Drake, what are you doing here?
I came to pay you off. Do you mind if I come in?
Come in. I didn't think you'd come this late. It's almost midnight.
I told you. I didn't want people to think we were friends. We're not, you know.
Did you bring the money?
Richie, for the last 2 weeks, I've been finding out everything I could about you.
Finding out about me?
I found out you didn't have any friends in town. Nobody was really close to you. Except a trapper, Jacques Dupre.
Whoever told you that was wrong. I have lots of friends. I don't know Jacques very well.
Jacques is too innocent to know what you're really like. You've done him some favors because you thought you might need him sometime. That time has come.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's the one who had the letter to be delivered to the Mounties in case anything violent happened to you.
Did you say had the letter?
I decided it'd be more profitable if I paid him the money that I was supposed to bring here tonight.
Why, that dirty little cheat. He sold it to you. He double-crossed me. Cousin, no. Put that knife away.
A knife is quieter, Richie, and I know how to use it.
Get back. Get away.
Before I do this, you might like to know that I just guessed where that letter is. But I'll get it after I finish you.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. folks, step right this way. Listen to this. Today we present to you Levram the Mental Marvel. Yes, here he is, folks. Spell his name backwards and you get marvel. Got it? Levram the Mental Marvel. He will now perform feats of the mind that will stagger the imagination. He will answer questions that will positively amaze you. Now for the first question. Mental Marvel, are you ready?
I am ready.
What name is listed on page 1497 of the Chicago telephone directory? In the right-hand column, 60 names down from the top.
The name you seek is the Quaker Oats Company.
The Mental Marvel is absolutely right. Amazing. It is the Quaker Oats Company, makers of delicious Quaker Puff wheat and Quaker Puff rice, the ready-to-serve breakfast cereals shot from guns. And now let us test the Mental Marvel's amazing ability in arithmetic. Tell me, Mental Marvel, quick now, how much is 192 divided by 16, take away 10 and add 6?
The answer is
8. 8 is correct. Remember that number. Quaker Puff wheat and Quaker Puff rice are giant premium grains of wheat or rice exploded up to 8 times normal size. That's what makes wheat or rice shot from guns crisp and tender, bigger and better tasting. And now for the final question. What breakfast makes a hit with many a He-Man Hollywood movie star?
That's easy. Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk and fruit.
Right you are. And fellas and girls, you don't have to be a mental marvel to know the answer to what makes the swellest tasting breakfast ever. Just one taste, and you'll say it's Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice topped with milk or cream and fruit. What's more, wheat or rice shot from guns is nourishing, good for you. That's because Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice furnish added food values of restored natural grade amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. So take a tip. Ask Mom to look for those famous big red and blue Quaker packages. Tomorrow, get delicious, nutritious Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice shot from guns. Now to continue our story. Jed Reed, an old prospector, had a pet dog named Duke, who got a tooth kicked out when Jed got into a fight with Don Ritchie, a gambler. Jed took the dog to a new dentist in town and had a gold fang put in place of the lost one. The dentist was known to Ritchie, who had newspaper clipping from a Seattle paper saying he was wanted for murder. Drake, the dentist, went to Ritchie's cabin and tricked him into telling where the clipping was. Then he killed Ritchie and left him lying in his cabin. The following morning, Sergeant Preston, with King beside him, was on the main street of Dawson when Jake Davis rushed up to him.
Sergeant, come quick. Don Ritchie's been murdered.
Don Ritchie, where is he?
He's right in his cabin. I was playing cards with him last night and didn't have enough money to pay my losses. I took the money to him this morning and I found him.
Anyone with you?
Yeah, lucky for me, I guess. My partner was along. We were going to our claim. Oh, God, you might have thought I'd done it if he hadn't been with me.
Where's your partner? Was with you? How was Ritchie killed?
Stabbed with a knife, but the knife is gone. Oh, Bill stayed with the body. And we didn't touch a thing.
Good view, Jake. Here's the cabin. Come on, King. Hello, Bill.
Glad you got here. Don't like guarding a corpse.
Cabin's a mess. Looks as if Ritchie had a fight with somebody.
It was just like this when we came in, wasn't it, Bill? Oh, yeah. We didn't touch a thing.
You're right. Ritchie was stabbed. Been dead quite a while, too. Must have been killed last night. What's this?
What?
His boot. Something shiny stuck in it.
Yeah. And those marks around it. Looks as if they were tooth marks.
It's out.
What? It's gold. Shape of a dog's fang.
Yes. And these other marks are like the imprint of dog's teeth.
Sergeant, you don't think Jed...
I don't want to think so.
They hated each other, but I don't think Jed's the kind of man who'd kill anyone. He's threatened to often enough, but I didn't think he meant it.
He's the only man who has a dog with a gold tooth, and it would break off in a leather boot like this. Will you men take care of Ritchie's body?
Sure will, sir.
I'm going out to see Jed right now. I want to see if Duke still has that gold tooth in his mouth.
As Sergeant Preston neared Jed Reed's cabin with King, Jed himself came out of the door. When he saw the Mountie, he stopped.
Well, Sergeant Preston, what are you doing here so early?
Morning, Jed. I have a few questions I want to ask you.
Questions? About what?
Where's your dog?
Duke? Oh, I don't know. I let him out a while ago and he didn't come back. I was just going out to look for him.
You sure you don't know where he is, Jed?
Of course I don't know. What are you driving at, Sergeant?
Don Ritchie was killed last night, Jed.
Killed? How?
Somebody stabbed him.
Good. Good riddance, I'd say. He was nothing but a low-down, crooked gambler.
No matter what he was, this is still murder.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Hey, you don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
No, I don't, but even so, I must have proof that you didn't. Where's your dog?
I told you he disappeared about an hour ago. I was just starting out to look for him now. It's funny. He never runs off like this. What's he got to do with Don Ritchie?
Come on, I'll help you find him. Are these his tracks here?
Sure, he's the only dog around here. But you won't get far. Those tracks just lead to the trail, and the snow's packed hard on it. No telling which direction he took.
That's where King can help us. Hey, King. These tracks. Find Duke, boy.
He seems to know what you want.
Sergeant Preston and Jed followed King to the trail. There was a worried look on the Mountie's face. When the big dog reached the packed-down trail, he turned left and trotted along slowly, waiting now and then for his master and Jed to catch up with him. And then, as they rounded a curve, King barked up ahead and wagged his tail as the Mountie approached, as if to say, "I found him for you." For there, trotting toward them on the trail, was Duke.
There's Duke. Your dog sure knew what he was doing. Duke, you old scalawag, where you been?
Hold him, Jed. I want to see that new gold tooth of his.
Why? You just saw it last night. Is that the reason?
Show it to me, Jed. Open his mouth.
Sure. Come here, Duke. Let me open your mouth, boy. Easy now. No. Here you are, Sergeant. Hey, what happened to it?
It's gone, Jed.
Well, you must have broke it on a bone or something. I can't understand.
Is this it?
Yes. How'd you get it, Sergeant? Did you find it somewhere? Is that why you came out here, to give it back?
I found it all right, Jed. In the boot of Don Ritchie. And there were other marks, too, made by a dog's teeth. I'm afraid I'm going to have to put you under arrest.
But, Sergeant, I couldn't have killed Ritchie. I haven't seen him for days. Let me look at that tooth again.
Here it is. Look at it carefully. But, Jed, your hand has blood on it.
Blood? Yeah, I wonder where
Did you scratch it on Duke's teeth when you opened his mouth?
No, there's no scratch. Look, it comes off.
Let's have a look at Duke's mouth again.
Duke, come here, boy. Let me see, Duke. Now, hold still, boy. Sergeant, his mouth is bleeding. He's got a cut on his lip, and I think his tongue is cut, too.
If that had happened last night, it wouldn't be bleeding now.
Somebody must have coaxed Duke away from his cabin this morning. He's such a friendly cuss. And then they must
I think someone has tried to frame you, Jed, and it almost worked. Come on, let's go along this trail in the direction Duke came from.
If King could have talked, he could have told his master of a certain scent on the trail they were following. It was the same scent that he had picked up in the cabin of the dead man that morning. As they backtracked Duke's trail, King suddenly turned off into some thickets up ahead. The Mountie saw tracks of a man in the softer snow beside the tracks of Duke.
All right, Jed. Someone called Duke to the trail this morning and brought him here on a leash.
These trees are thick.
They brought Duke back here so no one on the trail can see him.
Here's where he did it, all right. Duke put up quite a struggle. The snow's all messed up. Look here, Sergeant. Got this piece of canvas. It's the same thing the dentist used to hold Duke's head and jaw when he was fixing his tooth.
Dr. Drake.
Yeah. But why would he want to kill Ritchie?
Did Drake ever do any gambling?
Not any that I ever knew about. He never came to the Gold Nugget, and that's where Ritchie did all his card playing.
It may not be Drake. After all, a strong piece of cloth is the logical thing to use for something like this. But it gives us something to work with. King, here, boy.
What you doing, Sergeant?
Giving King a scent to follow. He'll take me to the man who handled this canvas. You better go back to your cabin, Jed.
Can I go with you? I'd like to get my hands on the polecat that tried to frame me.
Let the law take care of that. Take Duke back to your cabin. I'll see you in town later. All right, King. Get him, boy. Find this man for me, fellow.
Sergeant Preston was surprised when King turned in the direction away from town as soon as they reached the hard-packed trail. but he knew the big dog was reliable and followed him at a fast pace. They had gone almost 2 miles when the Mountie saw a man on the trail ahead. The man was carrying a heavy pack of furs and was walking slowly with his heavy burden on his back. King, however, went straight past him. When the man turned around, Sergeant Preston recognized Jacques Dupre, a French-Canadian trapper.
Hello, Jacques.
Sergeant Preston, what you doing out here so near my cabin? You don't come to see me?
It looks as if the man I'm trailing might have paid you a visit. Seen anyone around here last night or this morning?
Me? I have been following my trap line for 2 days. I have not been home. That's where I go now.
I see. They may have decided to use your cabin because you weren't there.
Who is this man you look for?
Did you know Don Ritchie?
Don Ritchie? Well, he's a good friend of mine. Maybe he come out to see me, no?
Don Ritchie was murdered last night, Jacques.
Ritchie? Murdered? No.
Did you say he was a friend of yours?
He do me lots of favor. He helped me get better price for my food.
First time I ever heard of Ritchie doing anyone a favor. I didn't know he had any friends.
Sergeant, it's good thing you come out here. Ritchie give me letter to keep for him.
Huh?
He say, Jacques, if I die, you must give letter to Sergeant Preston.
Give it to me, but why would... Jacques, where is that letter?
He say this letter is very important. So I put it in a good safe place in my cabin where I hide my money. Nobody can find it.
It's a good thing you weren't home last night. Probably saved your life.
My life? What you mean?
Let's go in your cabin, Jacques. Glad you have no windows in it. The man I'm looking for is in there waiting for you. You better let me go in first. Quiet now. Quiet. Come along, boy.
Oh, Sergeant Preston, I thought you were Jacques.
Dr. Drake, what are you doing out here? You always wait for your host with a gun in your hand?
No, I was just loading it while I waited for him. I came to see him about buying some furs to have a parka made.
Jacques?
Oui.
Do you know Dr. Drake?
No, I have never seen him before. Sacre bleu, what have you done to my cabin? She's all upset. You've even spilled my tea.
Why, it was like this when I came. Someone must have been here before.
Jacques, you said you had a letter for me.
Oui, and nobody has found it.
Get it for me, Jacques.
I do not like for him to see my hiding
Get
place.
it, I said. You can find another hiding place for your money.
Wait, Sergeant. She is in loose stone and fireplace. Nobody knew about this before.
Now, both of you, put up your hands. I want that letter.
No, get away!
As Drake
my feet hurt.
King, who had been standing silently in the shadows, leaped like a streak of lightning. His huge jaws closing on the arm that held the gun. Dog and man rolled on the floor as the gun flew harmlessly from Drake's hands.
Oh, King, I have his gun. Back, fella. Get up, Drake.
Take that dog away. You'll kill me.
He won't hurt you if you stand perfectly still. Watch him, King. Give me that letter, Jacques.
Here. I light this candle so you can see it. That dog, he moves so fast. I have never seen such thing.
So your name isn't Dr. Drake. You're Dr. Carson, wanted for murder in Seattle.
I'm not Carson.
Ritchie was blackmailing you. That's why you killed him. And you planned to pin the murder on Jed Reed by making another gold tooth and putting it in Ritchie's boot. And to make the evidence convincing, you had to remove the gold tooth you put in the dog's mouth. You would have murdered Jacques, too, if I hadn't come with him.
No,
I arrest you in the name of the Queen. You'll never be punished for your first crime, but you'll be tried and hanged here in the Yukon for the second. Yes, old fellow. It looks as if this case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Monday's adventure. Calling all fellas and girls. Calling all fellas and girls. Be on the alert. Get set for a big surprise coming your way. Say, what's it all about? It's new, it's different, it's terrific. Every fella and girl will want one. What is it? Now it's red, now it's green. It's useful, it's keen. It's out of this world for secret codes and messages. Every listener can get one. And it's not on sale in stores anywhere. But look, mister, what is it? You'll find out. Yes, every listener to this program will know next Monday. You'll hear full details of an offer of a lifetime. You'll be in for a big surprise. So be listening, everyone. That's this coming Monday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Listen Monday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the challenge of the Yukon in the case of the magic light.
King and I saw the light in the most unusual home in the Yukon Territory. We were traveling through the windy darkness when the magic light flashed a strange message foretelling the climax of one of my most thrilling adventures.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Monday. For a delicious hot breakfast, eat Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, the giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Say, boys and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfast tomorrow. Because nourishing oatmeal gives you more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. Still less than 1 penny a serving. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The situation and getting us the hell out of it. This is a war effort. You know who we'll vote for? The politicians who get us out of this. I'm tired of being angry. I'm tired of being on guard. I'm tired of being anxious. I'm tired of sitting at home. I'm tired of the endless depression.
Lori Taussig is a research director in the Project on Europe and the Transatlantic Relationship at the Harvard Kennedy School. She joins us from Vermont. Michael Peel is the European diplomatic correspondent based in Brussels for the Financial Times. He's reported for the FT from Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and West Africa. He's in Brussels. Well, Michael, let's turn to you. Your book, The Fabulist, has just come out in paperback. Congratulations. It features two impressive truth tellers who are women. Can you tell us about the book and about them?
Yeah, thank you very much, Celia. Yeah, very, very exciting. And the book, as you say, is called The Fabulist, and it's about what I see as a defining battle of our times, really, between those who strive to tell truths about our world, and on the other hand, leaders who profit from false claims and misrepresentations and misleading narratives. But the thing is, it's also a book about resistance, and two examples of that. One is the Philippine Senator Leila de Lima, who I meet in the book, who has been jailed in the Philippines for more than 4 years now without trial. Years ago, she ran an official human rights organization and launched an investigation into the bloody drugs war run by a provincial mayor named Rodrigo Duterte. Now, fast forward to 2016, Duterte won the Philippine presidency, and less than a year later, De Lima was arrested on drugs charges she says are trumped up, and now there are worries about her health as she languishes in jail just outside central Manila. I also cover the terrible story of the Maltese journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia, who was blown up by a car bomb in 2017 after writing stories about alleged corruption involving senior business people and government officials, and her family and others have waged a long struggle for justice since. And in both of these cases,
I'll fucking kill you.
At the start, these are brave people,
You don't like that
brave
virus? I'm
women
gonna fucking kill you.
who paid a heavy price for trying to bring a bit of truth to the system. And I feel like we owe it to people like them to keep asking critical questions of our leaders, and we also owe it to ourselves, because we need to look at the world as it is if we're to deal with the growing threats that face us from the pandemic to environmental crisis and all the other huge challenges we face.
Well, Michael, thank you. You've inspired me to take another look at Philippine politics and continue to track the case of De Lima as Rodrigo Duterte leaves office in a little while. Tori, let's turn to you now. You've been tracking the development of Joe Biden's foreign policy. What have you observed so far? Has the transatlantic relationship really changed since January 20th when Biden came into office?
So the Biden administration has had its hands full since it took over on January 21st, just a few short months ago. It has sought to, I would say, one of its primary U.S. foreign policy priorities has been to strengthen ties with allies and partners around the world. And kind of first on that docket is our America's European partners, whether that be the UK, Europe, Canada, or NATO, the Transatlantic Military Alliance. This was a relationship that really took a hit under the Trump administration. President Trump viewed the European Union as a competitor, and the Trump administration sought to do a lot on the world stage on its own, whether that was for taking on China or kind of taking a step back from its promises on climate change and the like. So the Biden administration has come out of the gate saying the right things, going to the right capitals, and showing the world that it's back at the table, and that it's willing and interested in working with European partners. So I do think we have seen, just in these first few months, a good start from the administration in reaching out to its European partners and allies again.
Just briefly, you mentioned China. I just wonder how China hangs over the relations between the U.S. and the EU.
So as I mentioned before, I mean, this is an administration that wants to work alongside its partners and allies for taking on big transnational challenges, and China is no different. I mean, this is an administration that needs to work with Europe in dealing with shared challenges from China, whether that be on the trade and economic front or in cooperating on climate change. I fundamentally believe that the United States needs European partners at its side if it is going to hold China accountable on human rights violations or on trade violations.
Okay, Tori, thank you. Well, it is 11 minutes past the hour. Let's turn to India now, where the daily COVID deaths and infections hit new records for the fourth day in a row. Nearly 350,000 infections were reported in the latest daily figures, as well as more than 2,700 deaths. Officials are calling this second wave a tsunami. One of the worst affected areas is in the capital region of Delhi, which has a population of more than 20 million. Hospital beds and oxygen cylinders are increasingly becoming a scarce commodity, throwing the city into panic. The BBC's Yogita Lamai has been inside one of Delhi's hospitals.
You're doing an absolutely fantastic job in this situation. 2-3 things we have to remember. Please keep an eye on the oxygen saturation. 85 to 90 is good enough to maintain all organ functions.
Dr. Sumitri encouraging his team in the intensive care unit of Holy Family Hospital in Delhi and calmly telling them to use oxygen judiciously.
If we don't keep it there, we will run out of oxygen. and it will be miserable for everybody. The whole country is running out of oxygen, okay? The city is, we are, everybody is. Okay, all of you remember that.
All day, in between treating his patients, he's been trying to arrange oxygen supplies because his hospital is close to running out of it. You'll be all right. It'll take a bit of time, but don't worry. He reassures 63-year-old Pradeep Kumar, who's severely sick with COVID. In the ICU, extra beds have been set up, as many as they can. Currently, there are next to no ICU beds available in Delhi, a city of 20 million. And there's a severe oxygen crisis too. Dr. Ray tells me how precarious the situation is.
Almost every hospital is on the edge. If oxygen runs out, there is no leeway for many patients. There is no leeway. They will die. Within minutes, they will die. As you can see, this patient, they are on ventilators. They require high flow oxygen. The oxygen stops.
Why don't you have oxygen concentrators?
The situation.
The dog fight, Alex. I passed the word around.
Good. I noticed a few of them drifting back to the hotel to get a look at the killer.
I saw him myself. He's a vicious-looking brute.
Did you find anyone who wants to let his dog fight?
A tertiary care hospital. It's a private hospital and it goes by the name of Max Healthcare. So we cater to a part of Delhi, which is mainly East Delhi. Even though this is not a COVID designated hospital, more or less 85% of the beds are reserved for COVID. At present, yes, we are having adequate oxygen, but there is a point where we have to refuse a number of patients because of the lack of beds.
Is the healthcare system collapsing in Delhi, do you think?
The problem in Delhi was it is definitely grim. The second wave hit us very suddenly, and we have to say that we were not prepared well. The health system isn't collapsing. We are trying our best. What is happening is 2-3 problems.
So I'm supposed to be mad at all the money these people made off me.
The fact that enough triaging is not done. So mild and moderate should be a home care or isolation. That has to be very well understood. And it's only severe cases we have to cater to. So that triaging is not done. If you want to say the health system is collapsing, well, you can. But what matters is we have to give adequate care to COVID patients. And compared to the population density of India and in Delhi, the healthcare never matches.
Dr. Ray, why were the hospitals not prepared for a second wave? Did the government not warn you about this?
It's not only about government, Celia, it's also about the public. I guess we were too complacent. There were so many people, including people from my family, who were not wearing masks, who were not going for COVID appropriate behavior. So the second wave dawned upon us very suddenly. And we were not prepared exactly.
What can the government do now to alleviate the situation? Is it too late?
I don't think it's late at all. We have to gear up and prepare ourselves. First thing the government should do should be having zero tolerance if somebody is not following COVID.
The human race isn't extinct yet.
That is most important. If this would have been there before, the state wouldn't have come. Then obviously one has to get more infrastructure. There's no doubt about it. So Indian government, especially in Delhi, is getting oxygen from all over the place. And we should never forget the vaccination. We continue to vaccinate. The drive is very important.
Is a national lockdown needed?
I don't know about national, but Delhi definitely needed.
I told everybody about
I think they should continue.
Nobody cares that
Dr. Millie Ray in Delhi.
The low oxygen level
with many countries now on their second or third spike in the pandemic, there's been a race to obtain vaccines.
At that point.
Nations in the developed world, which began their own vaccination programs months ago, have faced criticism for buying or ordering more vaccines than they need. The World Health Organization said in January that over 39 million vaccines had been given in 49 wealthier countries, while one poor nation had just 25 doses. We're joined now live from Geneva by Dr. Marie-Angela Simao, the World Health Organization's Assistant Director General.
Why don't you just use non-fungible tokens to trade all these different vaccines?
Pharmaceuticals. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Simao. How worried are you about the situation in India?
You see, WHO is very worried and concerned about India because of the evolving epidemics, but also because of the lack of infrastructure for the adequate follow-up of patients. And although I must say that India has ramped up its vaccination, but at the same time, the public health measures, which are the classic now, they have not been dismantled. They still need to be continued, even though you vaccinate large quantities of people. You still need to do the physical distance, you need to do the system wear of masks, you need to avoid crowds, the spaces, right? And we're talking about the festivals, the political rallies. They just serve as super spreader events when you have a community transmission of this virus like India has at the moment. So there is a series of measures that can be taken and that could bring down the circulation of the virus, because that's the point right now. It's so widespread that you need to cut the circulation of the virus.
Indeed. Well, in the immediate future, there's a serious lack of oxygen. Can the WHO help?
WHO is supporting the government of India through the office in India, also through the regional office, and it's been providing all the support that India has. India has capacity to deliver, to produce more oxygen than it does, and it's also a logistics problem, right? Because suddenly with the spikes in hospitalizations like you're having right now, it triples or 5 times more oxygen is used, then you need to recycle the cylinders. So there's a lot of logistics around it. And WHO is fully supporting the government of India and the provinces in trying to get more oxygen more quickly. Because oxygen is not something for tomorrow, right? You need it now.
Well, there's also a lack of vaccines, and the United States is blocking the export of supplies that India vaccine makers say they need to expand production. How are you intervening in this?
See, I have not heard about the U.S. blocking exports to India, I'm sorry. But what we know, we've been following very closely, because the Indian used AstraZeneca vaccines that produced in the SII, used the Bharat, the Covaxin, and AstraZeneca, as far as WHO is informed, is totally produced in the SII vaccines.
So the irony here is, even the people that built up an immunity to this virus will be doing so, recovering in low oxygen environments.
What we call the raw material, the drug substances from other places. And we do know, so I'm not linking
all this will happen
but we
again.
do know that the US has capacity, has produced enough drug substance for the AstraZeneca, but it's not using AstraZeneca in the US. So there may be capacity to be exported for sure. But I have not heard that this was happening already. But there are other places in the world that are producing this substance.
Yes. Dr. Seema, now nearly 900 million vaccine doses have been administered, but over 81% of them have gone to rich countries, while low-income countries have received just 0.3% of the vaccines. Isn't this a clear example, a clear demonstration that the COVAX vaccine scheme, which you co-lead, is failing?
Yeah, that's a common perception, but let me first make a correction on your data, because 81% the coverage, it includes upper middle income countries. Okay, it's not only high income. 81% is upper middle income plus high income countries. So what we have, and 16% have reached low and lower middle income countries, and this 0.3 have reached low income countries. So India is a big chunk of the lower middle income countries. India has already, I think, used more than 140 million doses. So what we have with COVAX meanwhile has reached 119 countries to 43 million doses.
Indeed, but if the vaccines aren't getting to the very poorest people, isn't that a failure of the scheme?
I don't think that to say that 119 countries receive vaccines through COVAX is a failure. Now, what we have is a problem that can be sorted out, is the high concentration of doses in some countries, right? So COVAX has a portfolio, and a lot of the doses that would have gone to COVAX have been hijacked because of higher prices, earlier contracts, and some countries have now committed doses for maybe 6, 7, 8 times the number of people in their population. So there are three work streams we're working very hard in COVAX right now. First is to stabilize the supply of the vaccines that were contracted. We have J&J now entering into the portfolio, right? Entering into the pot, the COVAX pot. It's not helping that India has done a sport ban and is concentrating the vaccines in its own territory. Right? But we hope this will be temporary, because this is doing damage at them downwards, right? The second area that we're working very hard is to push for the donations of the countries that have secured large number of doses. And end of last week, yesterday, actually, the day before yesterday, we had the announcement of France, of New Zealand and Norway, of them donating doses through COVAX, excess doses through COVAX. Okay. So this is something that needs to happen right now. Okay. We need to push that. We need the people who are listening to push their countries who have secured excess doses to their population to make sure that these doses are made available through the COVAX facility to reach other countries. And the third is the global manufacturing capacity, because there is capacity for what we call fill and finish, right? And this is being now sped up so that we may have more manufacturers coming in with the same vaccines before the end of the year.
Okay, well, Dr. Simao, we're going to have to leave it there. That was Dr. Mariangela Simao, the World Health Organization's Assistant Director General for Access to Medicines, Vaccines, and Pharmaceuticals. Well, let's turn to our guest now. Michael Peel, the European Commission just announced a deal with Pfizer for another 1.8 billion doses of the vaccine. What do you make of this? Is the EU really part of the problem in taking up too much vaccine?
Well, Celia, I think this absolutely goes to the heart of the matter. At the end of last week, as people around the world were shocked by the images of mass funeral pyres in India of COVID victims, the EU, as you say, was proclaiming this deal, which it hopes to settle very soon, for 1.8 billion vaccines, doses of the Pfizer vaccine. That would be enough in 2022 and 2023 to give about 5 doses to every adult in the EU. Now, the EU says, well, we need the security, we need to cater for boosters and the possibility of variants. And so, we're not going to make the mistake that we did before, where we felt we were short and behind the US and the UK. But the opposite view was put very strongly by Dr. Tedros, the head of the WHO, who said that countries, he criticized countries who placed orders for doses to vaccinate their population several times over and would only share once they've used everything they need. And he described this as perpetuating a pattern of patronage that keeps the world's have-nots exactly where they are. So this is a practical debate, it's a moral debate, and we can expect to see it grow much bigger because of the situation in India and in other parts of the world outside rich countries.
Well, Tori Tosic, the United States, the vaccination program there is swimming along domestically, but the Biden administration is coming under increasing heat to start sharing vaccines.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at home, the vaccine distribution has been going incredibly well. The Biden administration set an initial goal coming into office of carrying out 100 million vaccines in the first 100 days. And in fact, it's doubled its goal, and it has achieved 200 million vaccines in the first 100 days. So the distribution at home is going well. However, the U.S. government has maintained its export ban on the supplies needed to produce the vaccine overseas. And I think that that's being met with a lot of diverging images from what we're seeing, devastating in India. So the U.S. is maintaining that they will vaccinate its own citizens first, despite these second waves that we're seeing elsewhere around the world. But however, the government is also saying that they expect they will be able to do more soon. And I do think in the coming months, as supply perhaps even outstrips demand, we will start to see the export of those raw materials needed to make the vaccine, as well as the vaccine itself.
Well, we just have about a minute left, but I'm wondering if I can just get a word from you, Tori, on this. Are you surprised that the United States hasn't engaged more forcefully on vaccine diplomacy in contrast to countries like China and Russia?
Well, the United States has contributed $2 billion to COVAX, and it is expected to double that amount in the coming months. And so it is taking place in kind of vaccine distribution around the world. However, you are right. It has taken a fundamentally different approach from Russia and China, who are kind of seizing this moment of foreign policy diplomacy and exporting a number of vaccines around the world before they even vaccinate their own populations. And so it's a fundamentally different approach. One reason could be that Russian and Chinese leaders don't have to respond to electors, the electorate at home. They don't have to.
Okay, very good point, Tori. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to have to pick up that discussion at another time, but do stay with us. You're listening to Weekend on the BBC World Service. I'm Celia.
Your unwanted vehicles, homeless cars, you'll receive a minimum $400 tax receipt, and homeless cars can continue their fight against homelessness and food insecurity. Donate a car, change a life. A single donation can provide shelter for at least 10 nights or 150 bagged meals. Make a difference today and go to homelesscars.ca.
Well, if you're looking for wood, don't bark up the wrong tree. For service, selection, and quality, it's Monaghan Lumber.
Renovating at home or designing new at the lake? Visit the King of the Woods in Peterborough. Create exceptional exteriors with new siding, decking, windows, and doors. Or interesting interiors with our trim doors and hardwood floors. Come see our newly renovated showroom and design suites today. Monaghan Lumber, King of the Woods, your project specialist.
King of the Woods.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition. In case you missed it on the radio, here's That'll Do to Donald.
It's early in the week for a That'll Do.
That'll do. Yeah, but I mean, that's the bare minimum, and I'm going to try to convince you that I strive to go above That'll Do. Especially.
Come on. Let's not be crazy here.
Yeah, we can't get too high.
It's not a set of standard we can't live into tomorrow.
Yeah,
Come on,
exactly.
man, that's not what we're here for.
No, I meet criteria. All right, at least. Now, there was some surprising news from the world of streaming today. And the news itself is interesting, but I want to use it as a jump point into a really exciting conversation. So let's start with this, though. Netflix has, going down a little bit here, it said that slower production of TV shows and movies during the pandemic has impacted their subscriber growth in the first quarter of this year. And their shares went down 11% on Tuesday.
Wow.
So roughly 3.98 million people signed up for Netflix between January and March, which is below the 6.25 million average. So Netflix estimates it will add just 1 million new streaming customers in the second quarter. And analysts had originally predicted it would be closer to 4.8. So now Netflix didn't really talk about their competitors much in their press release, which that makes sense. But Ben Silverman, who's the chair of Propagate Content, and he's the former chairman of NBC Entertainment, went on NBC's The Closing Bell show yesterday, and he kind of talks a little bit about that competition angle of this story.
Do you think it's competition, though? Do you think that's going to start to weigh on Netflix with Disney Plus having such a good start?
Well, I think, separate and apart just from its impact on Netflix, who clearly was the first mover into this space and created an unbelievable platform and obviously out-invested in the direct-to-consumer streaming market, everyone they dealt with and compete with. But obviously the arrival of Disney and others is real and serious.
Ali in Calgary texts in, says more competition. Disney, yeah, there it is. Disney Plus has really become a workhorse of streaming because now it's not just Disney shows. It's also Star, which is action movies, more serious R-rated 14A content instead of just Disney movies and Star Wars, which was the only reason you would have Disney Plus before that. So there is some actual real content on Disney Plus now, and Netflix isn't the only one. So, how they will, get their subscribers up is how they've always done it. And that's new content, new shows exclusive to them. I believe that Netflix still holds the top spot when it comes to original content for overall TV shows. Netflix still holds the top spot when it comes to original content for overall TV shows. Now, HBO have some amazing miniseries, but all in all, Netflix, I would say, still has the best. And that's where I want to take this conversation, though. Shane, did you have some? Yeah.
Well, I was just going to bring up, I'm always shocked that Apple's is so dreadful.
Yeah.
And then I was watching a hip hop documentary, and they had a hip hop documentary on Dr. Dre and Eminem on Prime, and it was a bunch of white dudes talking about Dr. Dre and the evolution of hip hop. And that's a stereotype, I get that, and you can hold me accountable to that, but it didn't seem right. And then I watched a very similar titled documentary on Netflix. So in the Prime documentary, there was one clip that I think was just like a news clip from Getty that they played over and over and over again of Eminem and Dr. Dre at a presser. Then you go to Netflix, and Netflix has Eminem and Dr. Dre talking about their careers in the Netflix one, right? Like, here's the guys talking about it. And then here's a bunch of people that seem to have never lived. This is a stereotype, I get that. But I don't think these people lived the hip hop life when they were young and growing up. And that's the difference between some of these platforms, is that some of them are crushing it. And some of them are like 2-star motels 30 minutes outside the city.
Mm-hmm. I will give Apple credit. Ted Lasso is fantastic. That show is hilarious and really well done. They have more like that. They're in business. But as it stands right now, I see no reason to have that streaming service. I even quite enjoy Stack TV, the global one, because I watch a lot of History Channel still. I love those shows. I put them on in the background. And I get more out of that than Apple Plus. And that's saying something. And yeah, oh, absolutely. Home rental shows, hated them when I'm a kid. Now I love them. Love it or list it. I always love it. Always.
Love it.
But here's where I want to take this story. They say lack of content. Well, this is where the exciting stuff is coming, because Canada is about to become a major player in the future of streaming services. And that is because so many people are bringing their productions here because it's a lot cheaper to do it. If you're Netflix and you want to make 15 shows in 2021 to make up for the lack of shows you did last year, and you have to film a bunch of shows that look like Brooklyn, chances are you're probably going to film it in Vancouver or Toronto, because it's a lot cheaper to make those cities look like Brooklyn than actually film in New York or Brooklyn like that. And there's proof of this. There are some huge productions in Alberta, including the Last of Us adaptation of the video game and the new Ghostbusters movie, Fraggle Rock. There are so many shows and movies coming here, and you should be excited about that, even if you have no interest in them. And the reason why is because money. Productions bring an absurd amount of money to local economies, not just the people making the shows, but a large series, a 10-episode series, that's at least 500 people working on that show at a time. Actors, writers, producers, tech, everything, you name it. That's 500 people who are now in your town buying your food buying your services. This is why, you know, towns like High River did really, really well with Ghostbusters and shows like Tin Star. And in Vancouver and Toronto, I mean, everywhere, right? So, and the CW, there's so many filming. So this is fantastic. And there was a stat here that made me excited. Where is this? Oh, unfortunately, no, I double copied that. Well, it's gone. Anyway, basically, there is a lot of money to be had here. And I think this is the exciting thing. So Netflix, if you want to get back on track here, time to head up north of the border, friendo.
Yeah, well, we're paying up for your service up here. Come on, help us out.
Yeah, it's getting more expensive, so you might as well make it worth it. Now here's a bummer. Rock and roll lost a legend on Tuesday. This is a man who wrote so many hit songs, it's hard to count. And man, this one sucks. Grammy-winning songwriter Jim Steinman passed away of kidney failure at the age of 73.
Operatic rock songs with long titles. That was Jim Steinman's trademark. His songs with Meatloaf include Paradise by the Dashboard Light, 2 out of 3 Ain't Bad, and I'd Do Anything for Love, But I Won't Do That. Meatloaf wrote in his autobiography, Steinman wanted to call themselves Jim and Meat, but the powers that be titled their debut album Meatloaf Bad Out of Hell, Songs by Jim Steinman. While their collaboration lasted for years, Steinman wrote hits for other acts, like this one. And this one. I'm Archie Zaroletta.
Yeah. That one sucks. Jim worked with Def Leppard, Barbra Streisand, Billy Squier, the Sisters of Mercy, and for 3 straight weeks in 1983, he was responsible for the #1 and #2 songs on the Billboard.
That's amazing. Wow, talk about powerful songs.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're so memorable.
Yeah, like amazing power. I like Jim and Meat, by the way. What a title.
I hope they do maybe Meatloaf will release like a remaster of their work together, and he'll just title it Jim and Meat. That would be a nice little send off. So there you go, Jim. Thank you for amazing music that defined an era. And I am not ashamed to say that Paradise by the Dashboard Light is my favorite road trip song of all time. And anytime I'm playing a racing video game and I need to get in gear, it's not Bad Out of Hell that gets me in the mood. It's, for some reason, Paradise by the Dashboard Light. But anyway, amazing album, amazing music.
I'm a big Sisters of Mercy guy, and he produced one of their songs called This Corrosion, which starts with an amazing choir, and they say that every time a goth passes away, his voice is added to the choir at the beginning of This Corrosion.
Wow.
That's metal. That slaps. That's really cool. Yeah, see, look at the reach this man had. Goth, power ballads, Meatloaf, and like the best pop rock ballad of the 80s in Total Eclipse of the Heart. Yeah, or as my dad would say, Total Eclipse of the Fart. Yeah.
That's a very dad joke.
Yeah, exactly. I can't help but laugh every time I hear it. Now, we have to talk about this. Speaking of music, Shane, you might want to get the, do we have the bum-bum-ba-dum Price is Right button?
I might.
At the moment?
Let me,
see if you have it.
I think so.
See if, okay, so get it ready.
Yeah. All right.
You don't need to believe in COVID to get it. As musician Ted Nugent acknowledged.
Sorry, it's premature.
Oh, no, premature. Ted Nugent acknowledged with the revelation that he has tested positive for COVID-19. So, yeah, he said, quote, I officially tested positive for COVID-19. I got the Chinese stuff, he added, in a nearly 9-minute rant with profanity, anti-Asian racism, conspiracy theories. It was a roller coaster of a Facebook Live. But the thing that really struck me is he is still very much COVID denying. But listen to him talk about what it was like to have, or what it is like to have COVID-19.
I have never been so sick
in all my life. I can't even believe I'm here doing this, but the adrenaline obviously has a life and a power of its own. But I could barely crawl out of bed. Rocker Ted Nugent says I have never been so sick in all my life. I can't even believe I'm here doing this, but the adrenaline obviously has a life and a power of its own. But I could barely crawl out of bed.
Level. Oh, it's good.
You got it. Yeah, there you go. He basically said, I thought I was dying. And then he considered to say, no, you don't need to get tested. Why would we want to know? My common sense meter would demand the answer to why weren't we shut down for COVID 1 through 18? Well, that's not a thing. COVID-19, he said earlier. Come on, Ted.
Come on, Ted. He said he was sick for 10 days. Then he finally went. Like,
yeah, man, he gets tested out like pretty much after the fact, leaving his house to probably do it, and he's sick as a dog, and he's still like, meh. Come on, man.
It goes to show how selfish, right? When he says, what good would it be even knowing anyway? Because he's complaining about getting tested. Yep. And what good would it be knowing anyway? Well, everyone that you met in the meantime would be the reason why. He could have helped shut that down there, big fella.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt. Weekend edition.
This spring on Showcase.
My patriarchal ancestor, Lawrence Rutherford, founded our town.
From the creator of The Good Place and Parks and Recreation.
Nathan, I'm calling to request a response to Mayor Chisenhall's decision to move Big Larry. I'm sorry, what?
This is the fifth time someone's crashed into that statue. It's a public safety issue.
I'm gonna get this town on my side. Yeah, there's something happening in that town. So much drama.
Rutherford Falls. New series. Thursday on Showcase. Also available on Stack TV.
Do you suffer from congestion, sneezing, and itchy eyes in late summer to early fall? Cliantha Research is conducting a ragweed allergy study with compensation up to $2,675. Ask about the referral program. Visit at cliantha.com.
Why is it hard to get silver these days? Because savvy investors recognize the value of physical assets in these turbulent times. Real physical gold and silver takes the threat of stock market paper corruption out of the picture. Precious metal is trust, and Guildhall Wealth Management is the trusted, experienced source for buying and holding your physical gold and silver, whether it's direct or even in your RSP or TFSA. Call 1-877-8-SILVER or go to guildhallwealth.com. Dads, we all got one. Close the fridge door, will ya? You're letting all the cold air out. Always trying to save a buck or two around the house.
An operation might give him back. My name's Sam Warren. He's had a number of complaints. I don't want it to sound too wonderful, Sergeant. You see, the conditions may have been entirely different.
Now, the doctor's in San Francisco, you say?
Could you take him there?
In the spring, maybe we could. I'd have enough gold by then.
Well, I'll write Sam today. I'll tell him exactly what I found, and then all we can do is wait for his recommendation.
We can try to find Lady. That's what we'll be doing instead of waiting.
I sure hope you do. It would mean so much to him.
I know what losing his dog means to a boy, Lige. I meant it when I said that the whole force would be looking for her.
Thanks much, Sergeant. And thank you, Doc.
Oh!
Well, Ty and I will be getting back to the creek now. There's always the chance that Lady will be waiting for us when we get there.
But the collie had not returned to Cascades Creek. And during the months that followed, the Northwest Mounted were unable to find any trace of her. In time, nearly every man who had been at the creek when she disappeared had been questioned. Then, late in February, Sergeant Preston got ready for a patrol of the Indian villages north of Beaver City. He was just about to start out from headquarters when Doc ran up to him waving a letter.
Sergeant! Sergeant! Good news!
Really?
Heard this letter from Sam about the Watson boy. He's more than optimistic. He's sure that the blindness must be caused by pressure in the optic nerve, that an operation can release it.
He'll be able to see again?
A very good chance. Will you be anywhere near Cascades Creek?
I was going to stop there on the way home.
Well, here, take the letter. Let Lige read what Sam says for himself.
All right. I'll be there in about a month. Perhaps it'll make the boy forgive us for not being able to find his dog.
No word?
None. But this is great. So long, Doug.
Have a good trip, Sergeant.
Thanks.
All right, things.
The reason that the Northwest Mounted had been unable to find any trace of Lady was that she spent most of that winter chained outside of an old trapper's cabin deep in the forest near Beaver City. After their failure to find gold at Cascade Creek, Buzz Farley, Mac McFall, and Silk Shelby had moved into the cabin and had reverted to the profession they had followed in San Francisco, robbery. Beaver City was the scene of their operations, but since most of their dogs were stolen, they had never driven either of their teams into the town. Now, however, during the second week in March, they were planning to make an exception to their rule.
We'll have to drive right up to the express office. We'll need both our sleds to carry the gold.
There's that much, huh?
Yeah, it'll help us make a fast getaway.
Why don't we come back here?
We settled that once.
Yeah, but Cascades is a full day's travel.
Who will see us on that trail? And when we get there, we'll be able to hide out for as long as we want.
You sure about the gold being in the safe?
I saw them unload it this afternoon. They won't be taking it to Dawson until tomorrow. And tonight's the night.
You can handle the safe, Mac, huh?
A cinch.
How about getting into the office?
We'll force a window. It's simple. The whole job won't take more than 15 minutes.
Well, it's after midnight now.
Let's get started.
A moment later, the men were harnessing their teams. As soon as Lady was freed of her chain, she tried to get away from Buzz.
Cut that out your mutt. Collie's more trouble than she's worth.
Give her a good fell over the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand with it.
Just hold it. All right. Steady, you. Steady. There. That's it.
How about it, Silk?
Ready.
Climb on board, Buzz. I'll drive.
That suits me. Push! Push her!
The streets of Beaver City were deserted when they reached the town. They drove straight to the express office and stopped their team in the shadows at the side of the building. Mac went to work on one of the windows with a jimmy.
Reasonable work. First, let's get a taster of the film.
You were one of those lucky people that can travel anywhere. Yes, ma'am. And we sometimes call you nomads.
My mom says that you're homeless. Is that true?
No, I'm not homeless. I'm just houseless. Not the same thing, right?
Clip from the Oscar-nominated film Nomadland, starring Frances McDormand as Fern. It's directed by Chloe
Which
Zhao.
is reflective of a society
Candida
which
Lorenz
is
spoke to Jessica
obsessed
Bruder, author
with these
of
things,
Nomadland, the
but
book.
won't
She began by describing the
even
lifestyle
talk
of
to
these
those
nomadic Americans.
A lot of the people I met on the road were at or nearing traditional retirement age, but because of a confluence of factors, the fact that we've had flat wages and rising housing costs, that retirement finance in the U.S. is an utter mess, that we have no social safety net, a lot of people who didn't anticipate ending up on the road have been on the road full-time, leaving traditional housing behind, traveling the country to take seasonal, typically low-paid jobs everywhere from Amazon warehouses to amusement parks to campgrounds, you name it, all over the country.
And you became pretty immersed yourself in the community. You bought a van, you began living with these people sort of on the road as well. What was that like?
Yeah, I did. I actually started out in a tent because I was writing for a magazine, and then I was able to expand it into a book, got this 95 GMC, and hit the road for a 3-year span and 15,000 miles. It was incredible.
The 95?
What I saw were many challenges. For a lot of people, they were one broken axle away from being homeless rather than houseless.
The bus, a CV joint on the corner.
A lot of these jobs were quite difficult. I knew people who were sustaining serious injuries. At the same time, the sense of community and mutual aid was very fierce in a way that was uplifting.
Can you describe some of the characters that you met along the way?
Absolutely. The person I followed most closely in the book, and she also appears in the film, her name is Linda May, and Linda is an amazing woman who worked many jobs, from cocktail waitress to general contractor. She was the caregiver for her mom when her mom was terminally ill, and she was a single mom of 2 daughters, but didn't have enough to retire on, and knew it, and ended up finding the website of someone else who's in the film, Bob Wells, who is a van-dwelling evangelist, and basically was showing people how they could live on the road for $500 a month.
So Linda ended up doing that, and that's where she met Bob, who's also in the film, who I believe now is in his 60s, who was, he got divorced when he was working as a Safeway clerk up in Alaska and had been the breadwinner, couldn't afford to support 2 households, ended up moving into a box truck, cried himself to sleep the first night, and then came to adapt to it and was thrilled that he didn't have to pay rent every month, because again, in America, for so many of us, the cost of housing is our single greatest cost and becomes quite a burden given that we have no social safety net and wages are low. So Bob took to it.
As you said, there are many who have little in the way of financial security. How much is your book a critique of capitalism?
Yeah, I think it's definitely in there. And what I try to do as a writer is to go out and immerse and share stories and observe. I would rather do that than hit people over the head with a frying pan and tell them what to think. But what I came out feeling in the stories that I heard and then told was that we do have a big problem on our hands. That we do treat people as if they're disposable,
more foreclosed houses
if
than
they're
empty
past a
houses than
certain
homeless
age,
people.
and that we do need a better way.
At the same time as this community face up to certain hardships, which you've just described, it isn't a sad, desperate story, is it? Why do you think that is?
Because people are amazing. It was George Orwell who told us that many things we like the most about the human character, creativity, courage, loyalty, resilience, bravery, function in times of adversity. Seeing how people really step up for each other when they're out there together speaks incredibly well of people and what we're capable of. And I wish the rest of us as a society could learn from that.
So film director Chloe Zhao is up for an Oscar, a number of Oscars for adaptation of your book. What do you make of the film?
I like the film very much. I think it's a poetic meditation on this world that I spent so much time exploring that became so dear to me. I think it is very oddly timed. We've had one of the most introspective years in possibly the world's history. So I think people were prepared
Everybody's looking
in an
outside at
unusual
what
way
other
to
people are doing to them.
And I'm glad for it. Because, again, this isn't a film of sex and violence. I don't think it actually has either of those things. But
some young dudes, they seem nice enough. They do play video games and watch movies really late. But it's all right. And then I got the neighbors on this side, and they fight, and like belongings get thrown out the front door every couple of days. So, I would say that depending on the neighbor, really depends on the neighbor. In this arguable case story, a woman in Arizona has some difficult neighbors. She says her neighbor deliberately slashed her SUV's tires and accidentally gave her the finger after she found the severed digit in her. What?
Yeah.
Okay. She says her neighbor deliberately slashed her SUV tires and accidentally gave her the finger after she found the severed digit in her bloodstained driveway after an argument the night before. So, okay, well, let's hear the clip. I want clarification. This is from CBS 5.
Slashed tires, drops of blood, and a severed finger?
Literally been laughing all day because if I don't, I think I might cry.
The truck belongs to former volunteer firefighter and EMT Francesca Wickoff, so she has the stomach for this sort of thing from her previous work experience.
You would think if you're going to go to the hospital, especially if you just sever your finger off, that you would take said finger with you.
Francesca believes the tire slasher cut her back tire, then cut his finger off on accident.
We assume it happened around 10:30 last night because we had our neighbor across the street that lives next door to him heard a yell and some crying around 10:30, and then he sped off shortly after.
The Maricopa mother believes the finger belongs to her neighbor because she says they had an argument with him the night before, and, well, a trail of blood leads to his house. You find joy in this guy hurting himself while he's trying to hurt?
I don't find joy in anybody hurting themselves. However, karma has a good way of working itself out.
The neighbor wasn't home Thursday night, and Francesca says he hasn't been there all day. While Arizona's family couldn't reach the Maricopa Police Department for comment, Francesca says no arrests have been made. Only the finger so far was taken into custody by police in a brown paper bag.
Obviously, hey, I got the better hand.
In Maricopa, David Caltabiano for Arizona's family.
Favorite story of the year. That was incredible.
Wow. I'm not happy anybody hurt themselves, but karma, which is basically like, I'm not happy anybody hurt yourself except for that jerk who just had it coming.
Wow. I mean, like, what angle was he at where he accidentally did that? And the thing that kills me is the fact that there's a blood trail back to his house.
Well, I want to be there for the moment where he gets to the hospital and they're like, did you bring the finger? And he's like, oh.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition.
And 7-month-old son, who I'm sure won't appreciate the gland as much as I will, but we'll be watching.
Michael, what do you think? I mean, the pandemic has really affected how we watch films. Do you think these changes are going to be permanent?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question, Celia, and in a way,
Archie 3000
accentuates a trend
Archie
potentially
3000. Look
that
that
we've
up.
seen
Get
before,
your hands on
right?
a copy of that.
Some
Archie
Well, Frank and his
3000.
team went to work
They
and turned
predicted all
Alan's
this
dreams into reality. They were able to sell his property within his 30-day.
These guys flying around on jetpacks now, that was in Archie 3000. Video screens, like just flat, was in Archie 3000. The video conference, video call, video show, whatever you want to call what I'm doing here, was in Archie 3000. How many other things were there? Fuck. If I remember correctly, it was like 1990.
Junk disappeared, but the sparkle sound came a little bit late. So I said, you should probably make that sparkle sound a little bit quicker. And then Charlotte materialized out.
Oh, the super high-rise buildings everywhere, that was in there.
This is the BBC World Service with a new series, Dance Divas.
That's me, Martha Wash.
I suppose you could...
Six. Abrams Auction Dossier has cars and
Because I knew what was in the letter.
And because he knows I can't read, I'm blind.
You know what? You may not be for long, Ty. There's good news in the letter. I'll read it to you as soon as I get the other two. And the cave?
With Paul, yeah.
I'll tell you this enough.
to abramsauction.ca and register to receive an exclusive auction alert on current vehicles available. abramsauction.ca.
Tim was a man who was full of life, who was all about family. When Tim passed away,
I'm shooting it up. Nights might be hurt with Sergeant and Q.
station.
All right, is this you giving us the news now? Fuck.
BBC World Service, it's 7 hours GMT. This is Weekend. I'm Celia Hatton. There has been a record number of COVID deaths in India for the 4th day in a row.
Even though this is not a COVID designated hospital, more or less 85% of the beds are reserved for COVID.
A meeting of ASEAN leaders on Myanmar raises more questions than answers for the opposition.
Will the killing stop? Will terrorizing of 54 million of people in Myanmar stop? Will thousands of people being arrested stop?
And a world away, it's Oscars night, and this year, the pandemic will not spoil the fun for the winners.
Everybody has to get tested, and also most people are vaccinated. Once you're on the premises, I think it's like masks off, and it'll definitely feel as like normal as they can make it.
That's all coming up on Weekend.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. 3 days of mourning have been declared in Iraq after a fire engulfed a Baghdad hospital treating coronavirus patients, killing at least 27 people and injuring dozens more. The fire, reportedly caused by an exploding oxygen tank, tore through an intensive care ward with patients on ventilators unable to move.
Northbound 427 from Highway 7 to Zenway, as well as southbound 427 from Zenway to Highway 7, both closed up until the end of summer for summer.
Those relatives of the COVID patients trying to get them out of the hospital as corridors filled with smoke. The Civil Defence Force told state television that most of the victims died when they were taken off ventilators. There's been an angry response in Iraq. Social media users have alleged negligence and are calling for the health minister to be sacked. The Prime Minister, Mustafa al-Khadimi, has ordered an immediate investigation.
India has registered a world record number of new coronavirus cases
every
for the
last
fourth day
drop
in
of
a row.
oxygen.
Nearly 350,000 infections were
We have
reported
everybody
in the
is
latest
on
daily figures,
oxygen.
as
Means
well
it's
as
a
more than
highly oxygenated
2,700
environment.
deaths.
Means a
Living
spark will
reporters
ignite
of
like
this
that.
report.
For the sixth straight day, hospitals in the
Same
country's
concept as a
capital, Delhi,
supercharger.
continue to firefight an acute oxygen shortage. In the last 48 hours, the situation has worsened. Some hospitals are now turning away critically ill patients. The government is trying to boost supplies and has established a travel corridor for special trains and the Air Force to transport oxygen. But as the crisis extends to smaller
Trains full of
cities,
oxygen.
India is also seeking global
You've seen
aid.
their trains,
Singapore
right?
and Hong Kong responded with emergency supplies on Saturday.
Armenia has welcomed President Biden's decision to acknowledge that the Turkish Ottoman Empire committed genocide during the First World War. The Armenian Prime Minister, Nikol Pashinyan, said the announcement marked a step towards justice. Turkey strongly denies that as many 1.5 million Armenians were systematically killed. Ankara has reacted angrily to Mr. Biden's declaration, saying it had caused a wound in relations. The World Health Organization is calling for renewed efforts to eliminate malaria. The appeal coincides with World Malaria Day.
Can we work on
Imogen Folks
scabies
reports.
and bed bugs, please?
COVID-19 has strained health services
Malaria
around
comes
the
via
world.
another
But despite
fucking
the
animal with a
pandemic,
fucking
many countries
parasite.
continue to make progress towards eliminating malaria.
And you
Some,
think getting rid of
like
mosquitoes
Algeria,
is the
Iran, and
fucking way,
Malaysia,
right?
reported no indigenous cases last year. Now the World Health Organization is targeting a further 25 countries it believes can reach zero malaria by 2025.
Do you know how that happened?
Whatever the other global health
I don't think you
challenges,
realize how that
the
happened.
campaign to rid the world of a disease which causes over 400,000 deaths a year, most of them children, must not be compromised.
World news from the BBC.
190 million people have
Services
scabies.
have been held in Australia and New Zealand to mark Anzac Day, when the two countries honour their armed forces. Thousands gathered at defence in both countries, where coronavirus has been largely controlled. Last year, people commemorated from their driveways and balconies because of the pandemic. People in Albania are voting in a parliamentary election after a campaign marred by violence. The Prime Minister, Edi Rama, is seeking a third term for his Socialist Party. He says victory would allow him to complete reforms designed to steer Albania towards membership of the European Union. Mr. Rama's main challenger, the Democratic Party candidate, Lul Zimbasha, has accused the Prime Minister of breaking his promises. Here's the BBC's Guy Delorney.
The big issue here really is European Union membership. That's what everybody in Albania wants to get going. And perhaps the biggest thing that can be done.
Gurdeep, how are you?
I'm doing great, Shane. How about yourself?
I'm wonderful, thank you. You are up in the Yukon. You post your dancing videos, dancing bhangra, and you the entire country seems to have embraced you. It's really cool to watch. Is it cold? Let's just get this out of the way. Is it springtime yet at the cabin?
I think starting this week, I'm noticing a big shift. Spring in the Yukon, I would say in the whole north, is late. It's about 1 month late than the people in the south.
Buddy, it snowed like 3 days
starting
ago.
this week, I'm noticing
in Toronto
considerably like temperatures are rising.
You know the crack smoke melts the snow.
Snow is melting so fast.
On the way down.
Slowly we are coming to t-shirt weather.
The Mother Nature is waking up, which is kind of cool to see, that's for sure. Gurdeep, one of the reasons why we're here today, I reached out to you a few weeks ago and I said, hey, let's get you back on the show. Let's find out what's going on. And you said to me, how about Sikh Heritage Month? And this was a dynamite idea. So we sort of made this plan to get together and have a conversation. And I think one of the things that I've learned an awful lot that I don't know an awful lot about the Sikh faith. And Sikh Heritage Month is incredibly important. And I think it's a really great opportunity for us to maybe share with Canadians the cool things about
Sikhism in Canada proves you can't take my knife away from me.
For our top story this hour, to Iraq,
Number one murder
where
weapon
3
in
days
Canada
of
and the
mourning has
UK
been declared
is an
following a
edged
fire
weapon.
in which at least 23 people have died, dozens injured, and many are missing in a hospital in the capital, Baghdad. Well, joining me now to tell us more from Baghdad is Hala Saraf from the health NGO Iraqi Health Access. Hala, can you tell us more about how the fire broke out and where?
Yes, the fire started in Ibn al-Khatib Hospital, which is an isolation hospital in Baghdad. According to reports, we received information at night that second floor of the hospital, and these are corona patients. And they use, of course, the main life-saving is the oxygen pipes. The fire, one of the oxygen pipes exploded, and the fire was caught easily in the whole ward and extended. So, according to one of the doctors, she gave a figure this morning that up to the time she ended her rotation, 60 bodies were there, and some are still missing, and there are lots of suffocation cases.
Okay, 60 bodies, some still missing. Can you describe the scene at the hospital? Is the rescue operation still going on?
Well, the fire is being put down, and but I can't say I'm an eyewitness. I'm trying to reach doctors. One of them refused to speak. I'm confident that emotionally he won't be able to speak, but we'll get there hopefully.
Hala, can you tell us more about the patients? Were they from Baghdad only?
This is a hospital that takes severe cases or kind of critical cases. So these cases would be corona patients who needed to be in these wards. So it would be the most severe cases or very critical cases in that ward. And I know many that already are mourning their beloved friends and family members that's already there.
What's the I'm sorry. What's the situation with the coronavirus in Iraq?
So now it's the worst. Well, with the corona, every time we reach a peak, we say it's the worst, but it doesn't seem to have a worst. But we are definitely the highest in number of reported cases.
Oh shit! I was supposed to.
That's how word Sikh came into existence, and Guru Nanak did not created sort of establishment like organization. It became very naturally those are the students, those are learners, and they are Sikhs. That's how things started. So Guru Nanak, he was very revolutionary person. He was born at the time when there was a lot of rituals in the society, a lot of conservatism, a lot of inequality in the society, all kind of inequality like gender inequality, inequality based on your income or social status. So he started preaching very revolutionary ideas like, hey, we are all people, we are equal. There's no difference between a man and a woman. There's no difference between a rich person and a poor person. Everybody is same. Let's respect everyone, even from the other faiths. So some people started liking his ideas. Hey, these are good ideas. And those people who got attracted to his ideas, obviously, they were first people of this faith. They were first Sikhs. So that's how it started, and it continued until 10th Guru. Because Guru Nanak was first Guru. When he was about to pass away, he decided to appoint another person, the next Guru. And when second Guru was about to pass away, that person appointed a third person as the next Guru. So it continued until 10th Guru. When 10th Guru he decided to abolish this tradition of appointing next person as Guru. And he said that Guru Gobind Singh was the last Guru, that nowadays I'm not going to appoint any human Guru. Nowadays the book, which is a holy book in Sikhism, is called Guru Granth Sahib. That is going to be your next Guru. So for Sikhs, their 11th Guru, which is permanent Guru, is holy book Guru Granth Sahib.
It's so cool. What's something that as Canadians we misunderstand about the celebration? I think I have the context right, so correct me if I don't, because I've been studying with my buddy called Jeet. And so in the celebration of SICKLY, what's one thing that Canadians generally misunderstand?
Although nowadays I think people are becoming more and more aware. But I think the biggest misconception still remains the identity.
There are a bunch of Muslims that are here to kill us with your knife.
Like Sikhs, majority of Sikhs, they wear turbans. And due to that, they are put in a different category, and people do not recognize their true identity. That why they wear turbans, what was the need, why. So I would like to bring a little bit to his historic perspective.
Why do gang members with long hair wear bandanas on their head?
In that area where I'm talking about Punjab, it was under Mughal rulers. Like if I take back to history, like Mughal rulers were people who came from other Arabic countries, and they took over the whole of South Asia, Indian subcontinent, and just started ruling over there. And they declared that, hey, everybody should accept their religion. And whoever refused to accept that, that person would be killed. So
the craziest thing about the misconception I just laid out,
everybody was being converted to their religion, which was predominantly Muslim religion. So people were getting converted to Islam on mass scale with the use of force. And in that way, they asked 9th Sikh Guru to convert his religion to their religion, which he refused, and they killed him. That if you are not going to get yourself converted, and we are just going to kill, then the 10th Guru, he decided to do something to stop. He decided to create an army, and he decided to bring a change the way religion was before that. Because before that, religion used to be sort of people just sitting and peacefully meditating. He gathered everybody. He said that today we will make our religion as Khalsa. Khalsa means pure, like someone who is pure, which means that we are going to create a Khalsa army. So during that time, he dictated 10th Guru that starting today, every Sikh would wear a turban as a part of uniform. Every Sikh person will keep a sword 24/7. Yeah. So what is also misconception in Canadian, among majority of Canadians, then why there's a need. So that's why at that time there was a need, because like whole humanity was in danger. And he dictated that because there was a danger to life 24/7. You need to keep the sword with yourself 24/7 for your protection, because those Mughal rulers, they were just after everyone who was non-Muslim. So although there's nothing wrong with the religion, actually I would say that those people at that time. Yeah. So
when you hear people using the term Muslim extremist, so this person converted to Islam and became a terrorist,
Sikhism started. And then they went on war against those very powerful kings or rulers, Mughal rulers, and they protected dignity of humanity. They protected human rights at that time. They
Sound like
protected
Mick
people from forcibly
I'll be a
getting
sick
converted
Mac. That's
to
what I am.
another
Sick
religion. They protected Sikh religion. They also protected Hindu religion, which was two other religion at that time. So by creating Khalsa, they created such a spirit among people who previously used to be like peacefully meditators into warriors. That's why Sikhs are now known as warriors. So that's how turban, or that's how kirpan or sword came into existence in Sikhism, which continued until today. Like these days, still Sikhs wear turban. And some Sikhs who are like baptized Sikhs, they still carry kirpan. I think these are pretty much misconceptions among not everyone, but among a lot of mainstream Canadians. I think learning about each other, it brings awareness, it brings
Tell me I don't
education,
exist or
why
it's
they do it,
illegitimate.
what
You're
was
saying
the
he
need
don't
of
exist
this.
either.
So when people hear these background stories, then they realize, like I had discussions with many people, and when they learned all these background stories, then they said that, oh my God, that was very important actually. But I'm very hopeful person. I believe that more and more in future people will learn about the faith, and more education will remove more and more barriers, and people will come together. And at the end of the day, we are humans. We are all people. We just have different styles of doing things, but we are all people. So these were the misconceptions still.
I would agree with you. I think that one of the coolest things we can ever do is understand our neighbor's family and heritage and all those pieces. I think that that's where we get a real understanding of other people, is to sort of know some of those background stories. And so what I've learned here, I think, is one of the coolest pieces is the purity piece, is the live as naturally and open-hearted as you can, which I find really connects well with your dancing, right? When you, and this is what I was curious about, was your dancing of joy and sending joy to all of Canada and all of those pieces. I mean, that really is that purity of heart moment. I mean, that's as much, I mean, it is a gift that you're intentionally giving to others. At the same time, I think you're just living inside your heart and your faith and just being it in that moment. Is that safe?
Yeah, you're right. Like in Sikh heritage, in Sikh faith, like giving is called seva, like service to humanity is very important. Like if you go to a Sikh gurdwara, like Sikh place of worship, you'll see like free langar or free kitchen to everyone, whoever that person is. And same way through dancing, I feel that I'm doing seva. I'm doing that service, like spreading joy, spreading happiness, bringing that optimism, bringing that hope. Especially these days when it's been so long time we are being in this global pandemic, and some people are really fed up with it, and they are losing that hope of being happy. So by reminding every single day that hope still exists, and let's hold on to it. There will be one new day when we will come out of this. So me, by dancing, I'm feeling so wonderful to spread this optimism, and also for me, as a person, I also feel very happy, like distributing this positivity, dispatching. I feel that is the gift of smile or gift of joy is the best gift you can offer to someone these days.
And that's a perfect place to finish the conversation, I think. I'm grateful for you. I really appreciate it. I think I'm lucky I get to sit down and have these conversations with you, which I thoroughly look forward to every time we do get the chance.
Shop
so thank you for
Silversmith.
Last month bringing to my attention Sikh Heritage Month in Canada and the importance of that. And it doesn't have to be something that, I mean, everyone has some of their own faith things. Doesn't challenge that. but learning some of the history behind it and the peace and the love and the natural living and the reason why, you know, being authentic and not trimming a beard or whatever is a thing is pretty exciting. And I think that you've brought all of that to all of us here on the shift. And not only that, the attentiveness to the Sikh Heritage Month in general, which is awesome, frankly. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Shane, for having me. It is always wonderful to talk to you. I also quite appreciate your smile, like when you interview. I feel your joyful energy and all that positivity, and thank you so much. And always, once again, it was great to be in your show. Thank you.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition.
So it's no coincidence. It's no coincidence a shitload of these guys are security guards or jobs like that. They drive truck, but if you look at these guys when they're driving truck, if you were to even get the thought that you were going to steal that truck, no, you're not.
Interior food, I guess, but there's no, don't you think so?
Well, I sure do. I've been
looking for the words bad, black,
Not just
good,
any train
mallow.
station, no.
Well, Union Station is a life breath in so many ways. It's a story of Los Angeles in so many ways.
As manager Ken Pratt, who's also known as the mayor of Union Station, tells me it's played a role in more than 220 films.
The list is huge, but there are those that stand out. The film noir of Union Station, where Union Station played a train station. They played it in Chicago, but nonetheless, it's our station. Come to something as recent as Dark Knight Rising, the Batman trilogy, supporting roles or leading lady. She fills the bill.
Composer and director Chris Bowers has been nominated for A Concerto is a Conversation, a short documentary about his family. We met him outside his grandfather's dry cleaners, where they wheeled a piano out onto the sidewalk to celebrate his Oscar nomination with their South LA neighbors.
I've always dreamt of being at the Oscars, from dreaming of being a film composer, but to have this project be the first time that
It sure does. Caleb also loves his girlfriend, Jenny. I'm gonna make Jenny my wife. Caleb is a romantic, but I'll call her my life with an L. And Caleb loves seamless experiences, which is why he booked a virtual appointment with a certified diamond consultant from Spence. Caleb likes things stress-free. From 2,500 designs, Caleb was able to build a perfect, one-of-a-kind engagement ring for Jenny. That was easy peasy. All Caleb needs to do now is propose. Wait, what? Hey, my palms are getting sweaty. Jenny's ring is backed by the famous Spence Lifetime Guarantee. You know, just in case. In case of what? Caleb is feeling verklempt. Deep breath, Caleb. Deeper. Caleb has regained his composure. Ready to take the big step? Call or visit SpenceDiamonds.com to book your virtual appointment. See you soon on Zoom. Say yes!
If you're accused of a criminal offense, including those that arise from a high-conflict divorce, you need a highly experienced criminal defense lawyer. I'm Joseph Newberger, a certified specialist in criminal law. I've dedicated my career to protecting your rights. If you're charged, you don't need to go through this difficult time alone. Newberger and Partners are here to guide you every step of the way. Contact us for a consultation at 416-364-3111 or go to nrlawyers.com. That's nrlawyers.com.
Everyone deserves to have a roof over their heads and food in their bellies. The pandemic has hit us all hard.
2. And finally, the Oscar buzz is building. Here's Ken Pratt again.
Oh, the finale is going to be sensational, and we're building to it now. You feel it. When you see the transformation of what's happening inside the station, and the wild anticipation you feel, your heart quickens because it's so good.
Well, you sold me. I can't wait. Sophie Long reporting from Los Angeles. Well, we talked about the Oscars, Michael and Tori, and how they kind of signal this resumption of normality. Michael Peel, for you, what will really, outside of the world of movies and the Oscars, What will signal for you in your life that things have really returned to normal, that the worst of the pandemic is over, in Brussels at least?
Well, Celia, in very exciting news, bars and restaurant terraces are due shortly to reopen.
If you have a comment to make about our programming, write to us. We'll respond to your letter and send you information on the council and its codes. A message from the Canadian Association of Broadcasters and Global News Radio 640 Toronto.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition.
All right, it's time for us to celebrate Are You Okay? Are You Okay is a little piece where we take some stories, some of them are weird, some of them are not, and we ask for your contribution. Are you okay with bobcats?
Like the animal bobcats, I guess they look.
I'm assuming
cool.
not the construction things, I'm assuming.
No, but I will say bobcats is a really good name for a sports team because you could make a mascot named Bob the cat, or you could just have a guy and his name is Cat. So it's versatile.
Well, using a cat
All right.
named Bob.
So are you okay with the
It'd be a lot
bobcats?
cheaper.
Brennan, how you feeling?
Oh, am I okay with bobcats?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm. See, initially I thought it was excavators, which I am okay with, but the actual cats, bobcats, I've never met one, so I can't have an opinion.
Driven this? Drive a skid steer, man. Those are fun. Although the bobcat is different. You use your feet differently when you drive a bobcat, and so you have to have some pretty coordinated pedal work on the bobcat.
Yeah, I went to a bobcat show for one of the promotions for the radio stations here. It's interesting. Yeah,
it's cool, right?
Yeah, it was.
I get sucked into those videos on Instagram all the time on the reels, where I start watching construction videos and then I keep watching them, like excavators and all these different tracos and stuff. And I'm like, this is so cool. And then I realize I've had a day of doing a lot of it when my feed fills up with all construction stuff. I'm like, okay, time to back away on the construction videos. Okay, so bobcats, the animals, I guess, don't mess with a Happy Wade or his wife. North Carolina man is being hailed for his steely nerves after he pulled a rabid bobcat off his wife and threw it across the lawn.
That's what you did.
All right. It was a big dramatic encounter. It got captured on surveillance video from their house. Happy and Christy were about to take their own cat to the vet in North Carolina a couple weeks ago when the bobcat attacked them. Here's from local station WECT.
Happy and Christy Wade leaving their house to take their senior cat, Caroline Faith, to the vet. When Christy came out of their garage, she heard a growl.
I knew it was cat because I know what a cat sounds like. But it sounded like a very angry cat.
So when Christy backs up to see what it is,
the face of this bobcat came around the corner of the car.
Christy tried to run between the cars to the street,
bit my hand, and I kind of drug it with me, and it crawled up my back.
Christy's husband, Happy, heard the screams and immediately knew something was hurting his wife. He came running around the car.
I just remember seeing this face, and it was trying to bite her right there in the side of the neck. And so I shoved my arm in, and that's how I ended up with it like this. I'm holding this thing up. And at that point, I say, oh my God, it's a bobcat. I really didn't know what it was.
Happy says as soon as he saw it was a bobcat, he knew something had to be wrong with the animal.
I knew that it had to have had something. And so I figured it was rabies.
The cat bit Happy 3 times while he was holding it.
And I could literally feel the tooth on my knuckle.
So he tried to get it as far away from him and his wife as he could.
I thought, I'll throw it this way, 2 options. One, it'll see an escape route and it'll take off, or it'll stop just a moment where I can get a good shot at it.
I guess he keeps a gun in his pocket.
It's North Carolina, man.
Wow, that video. Like, he hurls that cat across the yard.
That cat. Like, he eats it. Oh, man.
Now, in the video, the cat actually runs back towards the car and does not run the other way. Mm-hmm. And he did not get a good shot at him. as he casually tosses out there. So he pulls the pistol out of his pants after taking off in pursuit. "I'm going to shoot that effer," he shouts, disappearing from view. Don't blame him. He's angry. He just got bit. Yeah. The Pender County Sheriff confirmed that the bobcat was killed in the couple's neighborhood that day, and it tested positive for rabies. So it did work out. So make sure no one else got hurt, and he stepped into that too. The Wades were treated for minor injuries and given rabies shots after the incident happened. Oh my! How terrifying would that be?
Meow.
Not okay with bobcats anymore.
No, that like what do you call it? That growl from the bobcat was loud, like way louder than I thought a bobcat could get.
It almost sounds like demonic possession.
Yeah, you could go there. Definitely.
I would not have gone there, but that sounds like it's something that you could probably go to. Now, did we ever get the other idea that we had talked about for this? No? Did we grab that?
No, we don't have it handy.
All right, too bad. All right, we had another idea. Never mind. Pretend that didn't happen. Show me over. Are you okay? Are you okay with eye drops? I find them weird, actually.
I don't like things
trying to keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I don't like things in and around my eyes at all.
My dad has a thing about that. He hates them. And trying to put eye drops in my dad's eyes, man, he's a full-grown man, and boy, oh boy, does he hate it.
It's easy to hate. It's like one of the most sensitive parts of your entire body. As someone who wears contacts almost every day, I'm fine putting my finger pretty much in my eye to put one on, but I'm not okay with an eye drop. I don't know why.
Do you remember the story we had a bunch of weeks ago about the lady who ran out of hairspray or hair gel, and she used, was it Gorilla Glue?
It was Gorilla Glue. spray Gorilla Glue on her hair. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they had to cut it all off because she literally had Gorilla Glue hair. And it was a very, very sad story. I don't think it was very comfortable for her. Well, turns out this might be a, soulmate thing. I don't know. A Florida woman made a simple mistake and nearly cost her vision. Ysidra Williams told WXYZ that she was still groggy after waking up in the middle of the night when she went to remove her contact lenses. Now, if you've fallen asleep with your contact lenses in your eyes, I mean, I don't wear them, but I've seen my kids go through that. And they're like, oh, it rolls like with my contacts. It's terrible. So what did she do? Well, Ysidra went to her purse and she grabbed her eye drops. At least she thought she did. Instead, turns out she's also a fan of nice nails.
Oh, no.
She grabbed her nail glue. Here's more from WXYZ.
I was like, oh my goodness. And it dropped in my eye and I tried to wipe it away and it sealed my eye shut.
A dangerous mistake for Ysidra Williams. She had been fast asleep when she woke up and wanted to take her contacts out, but her eyes were dry. So she grabbed what she thought were eye drops from her purse, then realized too late she had grabbed a small bottle of nail glue instead.
I just started throwing cold water and I was trying to pull my eyes apart, but I couldn't. And I was just screaming for him to call 911.
I grabbed the phone. I said, you sure you dare call 911?
It was completely shut.
If it's any comfort to her, she's not the first person to make this mistake.
Doctors say Ysidra did the right thing by immediately flushing her eye with water.
If you ever get anything in your eye, the immediate thing to do is try and flush your eye out. Just either hold your head under a faucet, get a bottle of water, hold your eye open, and just flood your eye. You'll make a mess, but you may save your vision.
Thankfully, an ambulance rushed her to the hospital where doctors were able to open her eye, then remove her contact lens.
They said that actually that contact saved my vision. They kept saying, you'll probably lose your lashes, which I did, because they had to pull on it and flip the top of my lid.
Oh my God. That's worse than
the most uncomfortable story that I've heard in a long time.
I just panic. I get that way when I have a contact that gets stuck in the back of my eye. You know, eventually it'll move forward, but you just got to wait it out, but it sucks so much. That would have been the most terrifying night. This is why you take your contacts out before you go to sleep.
Well, and my thought was, what if it glued her contact to her eyeball and all that stuff? But it turns out it saved it because it protected it, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And every time something like that happens, like the moment last night when we talked about the guy that tried to slash his neighbor's tires and he ended up cutting off his own finger, the moment, there's this moment as a human where something happens. I call it the instant. It's the instant where you go, oh, right?
Whoops.
Are you okay? Are you okay with Safari? I hate Safari. The only thing worse than Safari is Internet Explorer. They are the two absolute worst browsers in the history of browsers.
I'm a Firefox person. I can go with that.
Me too.
Yeah. So I'm not okay with Safari. No.
Yeah, I haven't used Safari since I started using Google Chrome. Although Google Chrome kind of breaks my computer, so it's kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, but Chrome watches so much stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
Listens to you, tells you, right? Like that's like the whole
Remembers my
Google Nest
passwords.
conversation. Yeah, we just had all those things. Your credit card, right? Like we didn't realize they all do that, but the telling you your radar in your room is not moving enough. Come on, big fella. Throw a little back into it. Are you okay with Safari? A suspected poacher was trampled to death after running into a herd of elephants.
Oof.
Right. This is taking a turn that we did not expect here on the shift. Anyway, in worst possible time on Saturday in what South Africa National Parks release described as an unfortunate elephant incident. Unfortunate, it's true. The man was one of 3 suspected rhino poachers whom park rangers. He was one of 3 park rangers were chasing. Oh, maybe that could be grammatically correct. Well, whom and him. That's the way the grammar works there. If it's him, if the answer could be him, it's whom. The man was one of 3 suspected rhino poachers whom park rangers were chasing through Kruger National Park at the time. Sandpark said in a news release. When they realized they had been spotted, the suspected poachers dropped an axe and a bag with their provisions in an attempt to escape from the rangers. Officials also recovered a rifle. Poachers, man, that stinks me up something fierce.
Mm-hmm.
Poachers. Rangers pursued 3 suspects with dogs and air support. They eventually caught up with one who said his accomplice had run into a herd of breeding elephants. Oh, no. But he did not know what happened after that. It's unclear how many elephants were involved in this little party. But a single adult African elephant can weigh up to 3.3 tons. I didn't know elephants were swingers. The suspect ultimately died of his injuries. Air quotes, injuries. It is unfortunate that a life was unnecessarily lost, Gareth Coleman, the managing executive of Kruger National Park, said in a statement. Kruger National Park is one of Africa's largest game reserves and home to thousands of African elephants. It's not the first time something like this has happened in Kruger National Park. Here's a story from France 24 News from just 2 years ago.
Suspected poacher suffering a gruesome death in South Africa's Kruger Park, shedding light really on the poaching business.
Yeah, and our reactions to these kind of deaths as well. That the man in question, the suspected poacher, was trampled to death by an elephant and then eaten by lions in a story that went viral. Many on social media celebrating his death as poetic justice, as karma, as a victory for the animals. But it's prompted an editorial from the Chicago Tribune today, in which the editors say his death speaks not to, I quote, a rich man's pleasure hunt gone bad, but a low-level actor in a global trade of rhino horns and elephant ivory. Killing the poacher won't stop the poaching.
Larry, dead poacher, good riddance loser. Rob, elephants 1, poachers 0. Steve, what do you call the gross stuff between elephant toes? Poachers.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition.
My landlord was putting pressure on me to make up last month's rent, but a loan from Brokers Lamina at lamina.ca made the difference between a restless week and a good night's sleep.
Keisha gave peace a chance with a loan from Brokers Lamina at 1-800-NEW-CREDIT. It's easy and hassle-free to apply over the phone or online at lamina.ca. Get approved instantly up to...
The Slow Food Manifesto. It was the beginning of a global grassroots movement that for more than 30 years has been working to defend regional traditions, promote a slow pace of life and gastronomic pleasure, and encourage understanding of how our food choices affect society.
I'm not pulling stakes for keeps, Martha. I'm just leaving on a holiday. Oh, Joe will look after things while I'm gone. There's just one thing I'd like to take care of before I leave. Oh, what's that? You and Billy. I know the two of you want to buy a trading post, and I wanted to offer to lend you the cash you need. You can pay me back a little at a time. Oh, that's kind of you, Sam. But Billy and I are making out. Oh, you're too doggone independent, Martha. You told me that 20 years ago, Sam. I'm too old to change my ways now. Say, your dogs are mighty quiet. I don't hear a sound out of them. I figured Joe'd need the team and sled it to claim. I'm walking to Dawson. It'll be a long trip afoot, Sam. You'll be plenty tired by the time you reach Dawson. A fellow I used to work with has a shack 7 or 8 days' travel from here. I'll stay at his place and rest a while. Maybe he'll have a sledding team to sail. Is he a prospector? Used to be, but he turned trapper, Billy. Well, I'll see you two when I get back from the States. Good luck, Sam. Thanks, Martha.
Sam made the trip to Beaver River in 6.5 days. By the time he reached Rocky Plum's cabin on the edge of the river, he was exhausted.
Oh.
He was glad to find that his former partner had a spare bunk he could use.
Where you heading, Sam? Dawson. I'm on my way to the States.
Yeah, I don't blame you for pulling stakes. If I had the cash, I'd get out of this country myself.
I'll only be gone 5 or 6 months.
Huh? Well, why come back?
My partner and I have a mighty rich claim up on Salmon River. I'd be a jughead to sell out.
Sounds like I was loco to give up prospecting.
You thought trapping a couple of seasons would make you rich.
Well, I thought wrong. Tell me about your claim, Sam. How'd you happen to strike it, and what's it worth? Rocky Plum listened attentively to the account of Sam's good fortune. Sam was leaving the Yukon with plenty of gold, while he had barely enough cash on hand to live on.
Oh, it's a first-rate claim, Rocky. Oh, gosh, I'm tired.
Stretch out on the bunk.
Oh, thanks.
You shouldn't have tried to travel so fast.
I shouldn't have tried to pack my gear on my back. Oh, boy. Trip would have been a lot easier if I'd had a good team and sled.
You're right about that.
You know where I can buy a sled and some dogs?
Rocky knew Sam was exhausted. The old man would probably sleep so soundly, nothing short of an explosion would waken him. A plan began to form in Rocky's mind.
So, you want to buy a sled and dog, huh? Yeah. Pete Orman has a good team for sale. Oh, where's he live?
The other side of the river. He'll probably sell you a sled, too.
I'll stop at his place tomorrow.
I'll go straight across the river to go there.
Oh, I was planning to cross the bridge to the other side.
Why? You'll save 10 or 15 miles by crossing on the ice.
Is it solid enough to be safe?
Oh, it'll be another month before the ice starts thinning. Plenty thick to walk on.
Oh, I thought it might be dangerous this time of year.
Ah, it's safe.
Oh, glad to hear it. I don't want to carry my pack any farther than I have to. Oh, it's a mighty comfortable bunk, Rocky. Mighty comfortable.
Sam? Sam? Sound asleep. Sam didn't stir when Rocky loosened his clothing in an effort to learn whether or not the old man wore a money belt.
He's not wearing a money belt. Gold must be in his pack.
When he leaves here tomorrow, he You never know the pack was open. It was early the next morning when Sergeant Preston halted his dog team in front of Pete Allman's cabin on the banks of Beaver River. At the sound of the Mounties' voice, Pete's door opened. King went forward eagerly to greet his old friend.
Sergeant Preston.
Hi there, Pete.
And King. Oh, it's good to see you, fella.
Looks like the feeling's mutual, Pete. King never forgets his old friend.
I figured you were about due on patrol, Sergeant.
We'd have been here earlier if we hadn't crossed the bridge to get here.
It's a good thing you used the bridge. The ice is mighty thin halfway across the river.
Yes, it always thins out this time of the year.
Well, come inside, Sergeant.
All right. What's wrong, Pete?
Look out there in the river. Someone's starting to cross it. You'll never make it, Sergeant.
Hey there! Doesn't seem to hear me.
No use shouting. His parka hood is up.
We've got to stop him before he reaches that thin ice. Come on, King.
I got no flagpole beside the cabin. I'll bring it with me in case he goes through.
Sam Raymond was walking slowly in an effort to keep his balance. His eyes were fixed on the glassy surface underfoot, and his ears were snugly covered by the close-fitting parka, so that he neither saw nor heard Pete Allman and Sergeant Preston. Suddenly, the ice gave way. Sam struggled desperately to keep afloat in the icy water. But the weight of the